Good afternoon. It is Sunday, and we're playing games. I'm playing with mushrooms. The fun kind. In video games. Still don't have quite enough spores to keep all of the machines running non-stop without putting some logic on them, and I don't really want to... I don't want to put logic on them, because eventually the problem will just go away anyway. I'm just going to tend to it a little bit longer. We're close to having enough. The process is annoying. You really... I mean, I didn't realize it's... You have to feed the mushrooms fertilizer and biomass. You get 2.5 mushrooms on average. And then you turn 2 mushrooms into 10 spores. So, like, you're only gaining 0.5 mushrooms every time you do this recipe. It's very slow. But it'll speed up. I'm seeing spores on a belt. I deleted your setup, talk more, because it was using different logic than I was using, and it just was easier to, you know. Not that yours was bad, but it was wrong. Hehe. It was different, and therefore wrong, because it was different. Hey, what do you know? We're letting some mushrooms through. Nice. I'm gonna double check one more time. I think I'm gonna need another spore maker. I think I already do, actually. Yeah. Damn. I'm out of space. Hearses. Well, this requests so I guess I can just put one here. It's fine. First, though, let me check to see what the spore requirement, spore seed thing maker requirement will be once these are level 2. I'm gonna need 7 spore makers. Let's just go to 8 right now. 3, 4, 5. Actually... Are you sending any info, any into the bot network? Can't read your... I hate how this happens. Like, when there's stuff on the side, you can't read some of the text. It's really annoying. Are you sending any into the bot network to fulfill contract cushion requests? Yeah, they go here, only up to 10. And contract cushion. Not sure what that word was supposed to be. Bum bum bum. Bum bum. Spore collectors. Pretty sure I automated spore collectors. I did. Why, when you click on this, does it zoom out so damn far? Like, and then you can't see. Like, where... It's so useless as a feature. Like, I don't want to be this far away. I want it to zoom to the location at the depth that I'm currently zoomed. Like, if I want to zoom this close, then click it, it should zoom to the location that close. Why does it assume that I want to be far away? It's dumb. Okay, this thing clearly needs to get sped up. Are we going to be productive today is the question. Bum, gasifiers. We lack steel? No. No. Hey, there's steel. Gasifiers. Let's bump up the steel request a little bit here. Spore collectors. I'd actually really prefer for this to be belted. That'll do. Still not all running. Looks like we got some Mark IIs put into the machines though, so that is starting to happen. To speed the process up significantly. 2 makes 0.03, that one already makes 0.04, nice. Nice. I should probably trim some of the requests on the old station. There's resources coming in there now that aren't actively getting kicked into logistics. Some of the stuff... Actually, this thing's just off. We're not using this station at all anymore. Kinda makes me wonder, should we just... No, we shouldn't just disassemble it. It could still have useful... I don't know. New fish? Yeah, we have a fish Mark II. By the way, talk more if you're available today. If you want to join me in voice at any point, let me know. It's fun. It's more interesting, I think, talking to you about what we're doing and stuff. Yes, spores. Wonderful. So annoying. I wonder if there is a way that I could easily add more. In theory, that does line up the hydrogen. I just reversed it. Maybe go here. Actually, what I should have done is this. This should come down by one. Still reaches. And then that way I can do this. No, I can't. Oh, that won't work. 'Cause then this one trying to go that way won't. Yeah. Alright, it's fine. Just do it this way. And then connect the water. The hydrogen, rather. Once. Nitrobenzene is complete. Let's try not to get too far into the research without, like, consciously discussing it. I'd like to avoid the issue we were running into with, getting so far ahead on tech that we just don't even know what we've unlocked and we forget to upgrade our recipes. Let's run this blood in a different way. I mean, we should be researching constantly, but we just need to actively discuss it consistently. We actually have a pretty good backlog of dye packs, surprisingly. Fungus. More fungus. I suppose I should put this in an actual brick, not in the middle of the bot mall, huh? Fine. Let's see, I need this, I need 4 fluid requester, alt row. We need hydrogen. Alt row, quick input output. Needs to request fertilizer. Don't know what just happened there. Oh, it rotated, that's what happened. That's annoying. Okay, it's supposed to be like this. Need fertilizer. And biomass. And I think that's it. Yeah. Fertilizer, biomass, the seeds that we're gonna make, then I have to make water local. It's fine. Okay. Clear out trees. I'm gonna run up there and go build it. Also, talk more if you don't mind. I'm gonna update your blueprint book. I had suggested this path concept, and I want it. So I'm gonna make a copy of your book. Then we're gonna update this to 2.0. Well, I guess technically incrementation would be this. But to me that number is smaller, which doesn't seem right, but it is right. Fine. Main row. Honestly, I want to get rid of the old stuff. I don't know why we're, at this point, I don't know why we're keeping the old two ones. But I guess it doesn't harm anything, but it's just sort of confusing having extra stuff in here that doesn't ever get used. Bum bum bum. I think the order should be input, yeah, input, output, real good, and then, yeah. Requester, provider, requester, provider. So this one, bum bum. We will select new contents, and it's supposed to contain everything that's there. Bum bum. Right to here. Don't include that. Include tiles. Okay, that is slightly wrong because it's not centered. Must be here. Okay. Next I need to paste that. Let me grab alternate row. First we get rid of the old bad ones that never get used anymore. Go requester, provider, rail, input, output. And this one wants to go to ba-bum. That one. one more time. Okay. Alternate row, rail alts. Select new contents. We're going to grab. Huh. That's weird. Error. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My bad. I started editing the real book. Hope you have a copy. I'm supposed to be editing this one. Whoops. Okay, but why is there an error? Yeah, there is an error there. Because... Because... This one's in the wrong spot. That's the problem one. One tile too close. Alright. This book. Main row. Rail grid. New contents. All that. Aragon? Should be. Let's kill this one. Crap. Alright, I'm just gonna do... whatever. This book. Alternate row. Those two. These two. Alright. This, alternate row, rail grid, new contents. I guess technically there shouldn't be bits there. More science. Ooh-wee. It's really hard to see what you're doing when it's this big. Why are there... Why are there 3 rows here? Damn it! Maintaining a blueprint library is annoying. Because it is in the wrong spot on that side. Son of a beach. You better look right. Damn it. At least now I know where to make the cut. Be a lot easier. And then the top ones, though, I think I still need to check. Going to be... These two. This book, alternate row, rail grid. Select new contents. I need to delete these guys. Well, that's interesting. In the actual book, the little, like, alignment things are not in the alternate book. Yes, they are. What am I talking about? Oh no. Alright, this book, this one. Select new contents. Gonna get it right this time, I swear. Bum. Hold on. I'm gonna lose the things if I do it that way. I do this, this. Paste this once. Double check that this one works. No errors? Those look a little silly, but that's because those are the indicators, but they're still there. Version 1.1 doesn't sound right. I call it 2.0. Alright, talk more. I have updated your book. Those tiles are only on the tracks? No, they're not. They're one tile adjacent to the tracks. And there are spots where, yeah, you gotta cross tracks, but you can run along the left side of the track, the right side of the track, above the track, below the track. Bum bum bum. Well, I'm gonna start using this. No one else has to if they don't want to, but I'm gonna. Because I'm tired of not being able to run around. Underground belt is in the way. Where? Double check that alternate row is lined up properly. It is. Underground belt is in the way. Ah. Someone has deleted all the signals over here. Ashneth's just like force pasted, yeah, there's no signals, and that's the problem. Funny. Anyway, what was I working on? I forgot. Mushrooms mushrooming, hopefully. Right, that's what I was working on. I was gonna put down mushrooms up here. And then I got distracted by the fact that I couldn't run there quickly. Also, the reason I put the path there too, Talkmore, is because, like, you don't want to have to cross into the center of the rail, in my opinion. And usually when you summon a train, it summons you on a stand, like, right where the path is, on the edge. Hence that spot. Let's leave space in here in case there's, like, upgrades. Actually put it a little bit further to the left so that there is space to mine resources if needed. Where is the damn indicator? It's so hard to see. Alright, so we've got water, cross-connecting, all looks good. We got hydrogen being requested. It is not yet delivered. Interesting. 194,000 hydrogen available. Not many places that could actually ship it right now, though, except for one. This build needs to be updated to not have requester chests in it, actually. Whoops. Okay, so we need biomass and fertilizer on a belt. Ba-bum. Is also the wrong way. Bum, 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 bum. Hmm. What am I doing? I do not know how to play this game, apparently. Need to double check that I've got connections in every spot, going up and down. Okay, do. Looks good. What's going on with that? Down there. Fertilizer. Biomass. That goes... Bum bum. Should put this further over here. Actually put it really far over there, because I want to make the spores here too. This many things. with level 2s. Needs how many? Bum 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 bum. About 40. 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows. Seven machines for each row. Kind of annoying that I've got to do this. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do we need this much fungus? Too late. Ah, damn. Doesn't fit. Really? Wait. Wait. Almost. Son of a bitch. I have to get rid of these poles. Okay, why don't we... that should fit, hopefully. Okay, hydrogen wants to be next to this. And water. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Water can just go right here. Okay, and then I need 6 belts out, I think. And they're gonna go on the undergrounds. Feel like I've missed one. Underground, underground. Underground, underground. 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 Ah. And of course I need to make tons of spore collectors. Ba-bum. Well, this is gonna make a lot of mushrooms. Which I guess is good. I don't know. Alright, what is everyone else working on? Roomba, do you need this much Mark V2 mushroom production? Isn't it only to make modules and not for science or anything like that? Well... maybe, I don't know. Yeah, activated carbon uses the Mark 1 though, I think. Yeah. This is specifically Mark 2's. But yeah, it is used to make... The reason why I'm doing it is because the process is so slow, and I really want to increase the overall growth rate of the mushroom supply, because this darn thing is... oh, missing belt. Derp. This darn thing is slow, and I want to be able to make Relesius Mark 2's, and yeah. You know, you could have caught my attention a lot earlier if you had been in comms with me. Hee. You ever think about that? Maybe it's my fault that your fault that there's so many mushrooms. I find it concerning that there's no iron. Did you build your, the thing you showed me last night? Or this morning? I have not yet updated this thing to, 174,000 ash. Is that station that you disabled the one that burns ash not requesting at all? Because the iron build is up to 177,000 now. Can only store 200,000. Logs hopefully have enough ash. 83,000 available. So yeah, that's fine. No seedlings? Because there's no planter boxes? Because I'm a fool, and, or rather, that is the source of planter boxes? Well, that's just silly. Also no moss? Because... because there's just no moss? This requests moss, though. So we should just send moss down. Hmm. Or go fix that tree thing before it fully breaks. And the planter boxes. Hmm. We already have ash. We could import... Ugh. Annoying. Have wood. Don't have iron. Bum, bum, bum. Do we just, like, make planter boxes somewhere? That'd be great. Oh. Little bitch. Alright, fine. So we're gonna import iron. And brick. And then we can make the wood local. Also need soil, but I can just make soil here. These are the only two machines that need it. We can have you hop right in there. You're gonna carry planter boxes, so you make the empties. These. We really need, like, barely any of it. Have to route some wood back this way. Ba-bum. Alright, so that's the wood. Well, it would be if I had planned ahead better. Oops. We're gonna grab wood logs just from that guy right there. I'm gonna bring down brick, iron. Soil and ash. Hmm. Right, I didn't import soil, did I? But I make soil everywhere else, so I actually will just import soil. I set that up yesterday, I remember. Got a ton of machines that don't ever work otherwise, so... Seem to be lacking bricks. $57,000. Problem is that it wants to send 40,000 bricks at once. But we'll import 40,000 bricks, no big deal. Soil should be coming. Soil's en route. That means we're just waiting on bricks, which I think I can give this guy some of the ones that I carry around for now, and then eventually count on a brick delivery happening. Okay, we needed to connect to this belt. Here's the soil. Fixed. Wait a second. Trees aren't used to make logs, are they? Trees are used as modules. Son of a bitch. No wonder this thing worked this whole time. Also, that is not nearly enough ash input. It was enough when we had Mark 1 trees, but with Mark 2 trees we need to increase the ash input. In fact, there's probably not enough ash to run these. It wants 38 ash per second, each row, and each row, I think, only has one ash belt. Sometimes putting Mark II trees in doesn't necessarily increase production, does it? Let me guess, we probably don't have enough seedling production either. Nope. It wants 5 times as much seedling production as we currently make. Nice. Whatever. Need to delete that build. Which one? That is like that when you blanket upgraded the whole base when it wasn't designed for that. Hey man, I'm just learning. Well, I mean, it still makes logs. So why delete it? I mean, it is wrong and inefficient at this point, but whatever. Still makes logs. Nice. 103 Relesius Mark IIs. How's the mushroom build coming? Not at all, because there's like very, very few machines that have been delivered, because I believe we've got throughput problems with building new entities, new Pawagway plantations. This thing just needs so many, 200 wood per second to build one. Even with a fast inserter, that is gonna take for goddamn ever. Where's the guy that makes spores? Over here? Somewhere in here, I think. Once again, can't find it because it zooms in super far, zooms out super far away. It's one of these damn machines. It's like a little windmill. That one? And I've lost it. That one. That one needs gasifiers. What's this? Which needs steam engines. That's hilarious. I think we're finally out of steam engines. We don't have, steam engines aren't made in the bot mall. And there aren't any being delivered. I think we finally managed to go through the backlog of steam engines. That is so funny. Yep. Steam engine's less than 1, and it's active. That's hilarious. Small parts. Got 4,900 small parts here. Why are we trying to upgrade random things to red belt? I don't get it. I think at this point we probably need more actual small parts production. Like, if I remember correctly, this thing was taking in, it's got a full belt of bolts. So it's only doing 50% of the throughput that it could do. Because, I don't know why Julio upgraded these machines to blue machines. It doesn't do anything. They were ratioed to work with being burner assembly Mark 1s. That's why just upgrading the machine doesn't do anything. Makes it work half the time. Yeah, tinned copper cable or tinned wire. Alil makes some here, but it doesn't go anywhere other than that block. We have one machine making two machines making tinned copper wire in the mall. And yet there's not enough copper cable. Yeah, these machines are very ineffective because they're waiting on logistics constantly. Instead of being right next to each other or being in a block. And copper wire is the type of thing that would make sense to make out of, on a belt, like... Ba-bum. Here, I can add... If I add tin plate... this block. Eight coil per second. That makes 8 per second from 4. that's gonna make 8 oil. And we're using about half and half, so I can do 2 of these. Bum. I think that's actually right above me right now. I'm like working remotely even though it's right here. Funny. Oh yeah, I gotta fuel them too. Shit. You have fiber right there. Just run fiber. Well, it's not much, but I've made 15 tinned copper wire per second, and I'll put it onto the train grid. I mean that I can find a way to... Oh damn, this machine is actually really full. Space right there, though. Hmm. 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 Bum. Parts. Okay, do this. And doing that lets me just do this now. Alright, tin copper wire is part of the train grid. 15 items per second. Not very many, but enough. We're low on copper, actually. Okay, where's my fungus growth thing? Here. I want to get some more of that built out. Need fungus. Product's finished 1. No water barrels. Yep. Because I only ever added water barrels to the top of each of these. Nice. Smart. Seems like I did not give them quite enough barrels either. I remember I gave it 400 barrels total. But clearly if... okay, there's still a few there. I'll just chuck another 100 in for good measure. More Pope, please. Happy little accidents. The plant flower shroom belt is trippy. Talking about, this one? Yeah, that's the native flora. The sprites are too big, so it's confusing, like, which belt is it on sometimes, like... Doesn't it look like it's like a 3-lane belt right now? Kinda? It's strange. Weird. Uncapped output? Even if it's a singular product, I think there should always be a cap. Because if someone else ever wants to tap into that and you don't have the cap set up, then they might not realize that it's not set up. So it's just, I don't know. Oh, Agwe. Well, eventually... Nice. Yeah, they are delivering Mark II things. The spore collection production is... Spore collector production is, like, non-existent? Oh, okay, we do have some. However... I need to personally deliver the initial spores, otherwise this thing can't turn on, because it doesn't request spores. Okay, and then we're running the mushrooms back, which get turned into spores, and then if they survive the gauntlet, then there are extra, in which case we will... Bum, bum, bum. Okay, I'm gonna rip up this and this. And we're gonna put down one here. Okay, this does feel like a situation where we're gonna want a roboport. And a inserter. filter just in case. Okay. You are going to grab those and put them into a box so that we can actually populate this area. And actually, this existing mushroom thing... I'll just grab some seeds. I don't want to mess that thing up much. Should be enough. How is there no fertilizer up there? Because this is backwards. Hulk was killed by fluid wagon. Damn. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at your misfortune. It's not a laughing matter. I mean, it is quite funny, but... Alright. Mushrooms go burr. Very slowly. Slowly, slowly, slowly burr. We're up to 4 whole spore collectors. Wow. Is it built well enough that I can walk away? That's the real question. I mean, it's not going to go nearly as efficient. Where do you find fish? There should be fish in logistics. Yeesh. There are 1,974 fish eggs in logistics. No fish, though. How did the fish farm break? What do you mean? Yeah, you can just hatch the fish eggs. You don't need fish. those eggs are, you know, they're permanent. They're permanently good forever. They'll never go bad. Somehow. What I should probably do is... Do we have... I bet we have regular mushrooms. 115 regular mushrooms. Maybe I should redo this a little bit and have like every other row make regular. Or at least have some. What is this? Dewey. Why are you using an old bad stupid double warehouse setup? Wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. This is... Talk more. This is exactly why I wanted to update the book and remove those old stations anyway. Like, they should not be being built anymore. So... I'm going to... delete this. I'll create a copy and put it in my book, just in case you don't have a copy. I don't know why you wouldn't, but... I'm deleting the 1.9 book so that people update to 2.0 and can't make that mistake again. We only have 4 blueprints. Well, four types of station or whatever. Alright, let's import logs here. Damn autosave. Bring in logs, and then I can take those logs out. Not fertilizer, supposed to be biomass. Biomass on bottom, so we want this to be on top. Which side do you want to put on? You want to put on the bottom. I'm guessing we don't have a large supply of logs. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. The wood processing unit can stack logs? And we have three stack size now? Interesting. Yeah, that thing can really pile the logs up. Neato. What's this thing called? Fungal. Okay, so we need... This is getting annoying. You are just going to be biomass. Bum. Bum. And you also want logs. I have water already, but it's far away, so... Why am I making wood anyway? Making wood because I wanted to burn it. To power that one machine. But I don't really need to do that. Whatever. Turning logs into wood just for the sake of running a machine seems kind of silly to me now. Not sure if you can chain them like this or not. I think not. I think I've tried that before and it doesn't work on these. Okay, we need regular spores, which I'm assuming we can make here. Ratio with Mark II modules is 1:4. That is 20 machines, so I need 5 spore collectors. Do 6. Do 1 near, 1 far for the outputs. Okay. That'll make some. How many total are we going to get out of this? 20 machines with Mark II. Bum. It's 10. Only 3.6 regular mushrooms a second. Kind of slow. But that's fungus. Fungus is slow. Mushrooms. Alright. I need some more coffee. Any automatic unloading does stack. Yeah, it just surprised me. I expected it from mining drills, but I guess... And then we need the stack loader to do loaders, but... I guess that means that the machines that print plates are also capable of stacking? Logically. I'll double check that that one machine makes enough stuff. Oh yeah. Way more than... I'm done playing with mushrooms now. I do think I can walk away from this, and it will eventually all get built and eventually all work. Except, no. Each row is independent from the others, so I have to manually introduce spores into each row. I think for right now, I'm gonna cut potential to export, because I want to ensure that the spores are being made. Okay, I see a machine. Well, that's on the very top row, so that doesn't count. I see a machine running on the first row. I see a machine running on the second row. Machine on the third. Machine on the fourth. No fifth row or sixth row machines have been built yet. Why don't we grab this guy and that guy. Force police this thing. Steal spores from here. And also steal at least one mushroom. You lack fertilizer. Because just slow. Alright, so that's one running on every row. Or, well, this one had run at one point, hadn't it? Now I think I can walk away. Probably. Wait, is this a productivity bar on the Faugus spores recipe? It was 15% productivity. Why do we have 15% productivity on this? Huh. We just do. Don't know why. Alright, there is a turd for Tufra that we can research. Probably worth having a discussion for. Well. Talk more, do you want to join me and talk about it? Tufra? Turd? I need coffee. Quark, thank you for your Twitch Prime. I'm gonna go start another cup of coffee. Be right back. About to head out for a while? For how long? How long will you be gone? You're supposed to make the factory bigger. Don't you know? Now that we have, well, what appears to be fairly consistent science, except that it's not running at all right now because we lack mechanical parts. Interesting. But why, though? $243 available. Here. We aren't able to make mechanical parts because there are no gearboxes or brakes. Gearboxes. I'm guessing it's a small parts problem. Like, this uses small parts, but also, why does it request so many? Gearboxes, gearboxes. We make brakes here. And yes, it's a small parts delivery shortage. Well, I'm glad that I accurately estimated or figured out like what it was going to be. Look at that, words. Which one would be? Oh my god, I can't think. I'm glad that I was right about what the problem was. All I'm trying to say. There are not enough small parts because there are... Well, the machines that I built are all running as best they can. I mean, they were supposed to stay level 1, but I think we just need more overall throughput. If I remember correctly, this made 2 belt, 30 small parts a second. It's time for a new build, I think. Also, there is no copper. Place where we make copper is low on molten copper. Molten copper is not getting enough copper grade 4. I think we need to ramp up overall copper. Is there a better copper recipe, just like we had for iron? Let's see. Molten copper. We can only make in one way right now, which is the copper grade 4 with borax. Perhaps we have a technology we could research that will make copper better. Passing stage 2 with settings pack. That. We just have that one copper brick. This is curious. I set it up to be potentially exported. That's why there's the thing on there, but 42,000 molten copper available. Having two pumps like this is a 50-50 split. Perhaps, perhaps we should just focus on making copper here, rather than exporting it. I think that I was expecting us to do more local smelting, and I wanted to ensure that there would be molten copper. But in practice, we're mostly just letting the trains do it. It's fine. I'm gonna go there and fix that. But ultimately, I think that we need to also still revamp small parts. So I'm gonna maybe take a look at that again. Do a build that actually wants to use the printer assembly Mark IIs. Bum-ba-bum. Bum-ba-bum. Ah! Almost died. Alright. That will run forever now. Except this one's turning off. Let's just let it run. There is a nickel mine there. Consumes drill heads. Oh, And I've forgotten where it was. Dang it. Bots are on their way, but... I love that. Cyberson's so insane. I can just click 2 buttons and then a train brings drill heads. It's nuts. Awesome. How many trains do we have now? 107. They just like work, you know? I guess I should have checked to see if we even have the ability to make a nickel mine yet. No, not. Nickel mines require, holy crap, a lot of stuff. Well, eventually that thing will just, like, work, though. We got that going for us, which is nice. Make sure that it's actually plugged in properly. Yep. Just have 4,000 drill heads sitting there doing nothing. Oh, shit. God damn it. Why don't people put filters on their shit? Son of a bitch. It's all broken. Screw it. Remember when trains were a faraway thing? I do remember that, yeah. I remember the very, very first time we, like, started using the trains. And, just realizing how hard it was to even build a train. Like, compared to Vanilla Factorio, one locomotive is, like, actually kind of expensive. Because it costs 4 shafts, 4 brakes, 1 gearbox. Like, those things are surprisingly hard to make in the early game. Well, I don't know where all the retorters went. Oh, they're down here. I keep forgetting that I have more trash slots. Didn't I just move like 9? What? I see. Some of them are still on the ground. That explains why I don't actually have enough to replace them. Okay. It's a Domo poop. Isn't Domo playing though? Domo? You made a little Domo poo poo. With like useful stuff in it. I'll bring it back to the train warehouse unless you want it there. Ba-bum, ba-bum. These aren't... If I delete these, it's not going to delete them from the main book, is it? I think these were in that box. I'm just going to put them in here. I don't want to delete them. I don't trust it. How's the mushroom plantation looking? Oh, wow. Buckmore has also decided to make a lot of regular mushrooms. With a much bigger, better build than the one I did. Very well. Really need to get... That explains why my Powaway plantations aren't getting delivered either. How come you have a problem with your power? Because you connected the top one there, that one there, but this one doesn't reach. Mm, I deleted the buffer chest because I thought it was messing with trains, but I think that that is no longer a problem. I'm going to set up a little buffer area again. This is 24 chests. Okay, these need to first get divided. I don't believe with 24 chests I need to worry about it being overfilled. And that's not the soil that it claimed to have stored. Oh. And that passive provider, that's why. That soil... No hydrogen. What? But why? $160,000 hydrogen available. There's no saline water. The lack of saline water is because it's just imported. I'm confused. Isn't there salt right here? Like, can't you just make salt water? That makes 50 salt water per second. These guys want 50. I mean, the saltwater delivery just happened, but maybe we have to. I forget. Did I or did we? Do we have a huge saltwater producing place? Is that why? Wait, it's not called salt, it's called saline. Four machines that make saline water here. The answer is no, we do not have a place that makes a bunch of salt water. Does this need a fluid? Got a input side, but it doesn't tell me what fluid it wants. Oh, it wants just a resource, liquid fuel, I see. Still trying to upgrade these from the level 1 sap trees to the level 3s. How's the sap tree thing doing? Slowly? It's fine. Is the goal to launch rocket? In Vanilla Factorio, yeah. In this, it's to, I don't know, try to figure out all the new recipes. Gonna power build plantations for a while until we have enough for that big, huge double mushroom build. I think we still need about, I would estimate 120 for that whole thing, plus another, or about that many. Need like 220 more plantation. Yeesh. I haven't been paying very much attention to technology. We're working on the Tufra upgrade now. Okay, so if Talkmore's not available to join, that's fine, but let's take a look at the Tufra upgrade. Actually, before I get into that, I want to double check that the science is all running still. None are running because still no mechanical parts, and also there's an issue with zipper eggs. Zipper egg production is struggling because of a lack of fish, it looks like. More fish? Okay, and then mechanical parts was a small parts problem, and I forgot that I was gonna do that. Right. Two of those makes 40 per second. This needs 30. You make 8. You want 20, so I need 3 machines for each of these. Bum. 3, that's 60 items a second. I need 3 belts worth. Bum. 8 machines. Let me grab the old small parts build. And reuse some of it. Bum. Boop. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Makes 64 items a second, which is 4 belts. What you guys want? How do I feed 4 belt into 3 machines? Yeah, I'm thinking I just run one into each directly, and then have the 4th one do some squirrely shit. That works. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, that takes care of 1. We will need the same amount of copper cable. Start with this. That is also going to make 64, which is what we need. 64 is actually going to be 60 based on the speed of the shoots. It's fine. Then we want to, yeah, actually just grab this whole thing again. No, actually, it's just going to be... Bum. Easy peasy. And then gears, we need 20 gears a second, which is 5 machines. Hmm. Can I modify another player's storage? What? My fucking book. What are you talking about? Weird. Hmm. Alright, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I need a bum. Two belts of iron. 3 belts of iron. This is going to be the same as this one over here, so let's actually copy this part and that. Belts of copper. And altogether that is it. What might be a lot easier, even though these machines are twice the speed, it might just be better to use the automated factory in order to keep the build simple. By curiosity. Go for upgrade. Dang, I kinda wanna look at that, but I wanna finish getting more small parts so that we actually do stuff. Bum bum bum. If I were to just take a deposit and then just run belts out. Hmm. Okay, so that takes up a copper belt. I mean, it's significantly bigger, obviously. But then you don't have to deal with any... Also, this is going to overload the return. Hmm. I can't decide if I want them to send the resources back in the direction that it came from or go further to the right. Probably further to the right, actually. Okay, so then this, we need 3 of them. A little bit of space. Okay, that should be fine. 15 items a second is more than 10, so that doesn't matter that I'm using shoots because there's 2 inputs. You do have too many outputs for a shoot. Hmm. Okay, this is taking in 15 per second. I'm just gonna keep using shoots. That way I don't have to worry about power. For loaders. Carry through the intermediates because we're gonna want to export the intermediates as well. This makes 20 per second now. So much bigger. This would make 40 per second, and it's like tiny comparatively. Hmm. How much bigger are these machines again? God, they're like more than 4 times the size. The 7x7 entity instead of a 3x3. So 9 versus 7 times 7 is 49. Yeah, 18% of the footprint. Jesus. For 18% of the footprint, maybe it is just a better idea to keep using wood and burning. I like the look of this, though. Hmm. Terax 16. Not a player Factorio, but I've enjoyed watching me play it. This is the most complicated overhaul mod I've ever played for Factorio. By far. It beats Bob's Mods, Angel's Petrochem, C-Block, any of it. It's just, it's ridiculous. The problem is that I didn't set up any kind of overflow. Like, I'm not able to export the intermediates. What if I were to... use these machines, but use the... like a... style that I use there. You want 8 per second. Those ratio machines, I need 6 of those. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's the same number. It is here. Yes? Oh, coffee. Thank you. I totally forgot I made a cup. Thank you. Forgetful me. Okay, so then we're... I think I'm just gonna do it this way. They're not gonna get the full 20, but they'll... 4 machines working at 75% throughput is the same thing as 3 machines working at 100%. Right? 75% of 80 is still 60, so it's just cleaner. Okay, and then we are... You want 2 of these. What am I doing? I need 1 more space. Problem. I want to split off of the bottom 2. Hmm. I'm trying to set it up so that I can export the intermediates. I feel like having them available to the train grid is just useful, but maybe it's too much effort. They're very useful? Okay, I'll stick with it then. This is the one that needs a... Okay, first I need to split off a third. A third? Not a third. Split off with priority from each belt. Already right. And then we need that 3 to 2 balancer. And then we need the coil. And I want this. Intermediates out. Intermediates out, but all priorities are all set, so that's good. That's this input. That's 30 coil per second, 30 volts per second, and everything else. And then we've got our outputs. Here are going to be parts. Doesn't really need a filter, but it helps me to visualize, so it's fine. That's pretty small. Could be made smaller. Doesn't need to have all this space here. Still need to run the fuel lines. That's those all fueled. And this one can carry forward. Actually, let's do it the other way. Doesn't really matter as long as I get the fuel. And then... this one we can do the silly way. This is just 2 machines. Alright, so those fuel lines are good. Let's do... splitter... Altogether, it uses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 belts. A station has 4 edges with 9 sides, but one side's taken up always, so we get 27 potential outputs. And I just said I use 7, so theoretically I can do 3 small parts builds. And the way to organize that would probably be to take this thing and put one like down here. Then like one in the bottom right. Then one up top. Or maybe put it directly above this one so there's a space for mining something. Okay, not to fill up the whole brick? Wrong. Wrong, I want to build the whole thing. I don't want to not have freaking parts. Alright, fine, we'll just build one, but... need to request copper plate. Iron plate. That's it? Oh, and then some sort of fuel. What are we burning these days? Wood? Wood? Fiber? What's the best fuel source for helping bricks continue to run? I guess I'll just request multiple. We'll request raw fiber, we'll request wood. Okay, let's get a couple 3 belts of iron. We'll have wood / fiber. Bum, ba, bum. This is also iron. This is copper. And that's gonna do it. And then I just gotta run all these damn belts over. Pretty sure I already set up all the prioritizations that it'll run small parts first. But, why don't we have... Oh, damn, this thing's completely full of flora. I hate it. I hate it. Who did that? Who was a dummy and didn't put a limit on it? It was me. You've been doing mines without limits because you don't expect people to go around adding things to blocks that are already built out? I build stuff wherever it can go. I don't care. I'll add fluids to stations, I'll do... it's fine. Totally fine. If you didn't want me adding stuff to your bricks, then you shouldn't have left any available space in the brick, or you shouldn't have left any available request slots, or you shouldn't have had any available output slots on the warehouses. Obviously. There are no logs being delivered. That's concerning. Alright, let's use bottom inputs, I guess. A lot of belts. Hmm. You want to go here. Means you need to go there. End up with 2 extra on the bottom. Guess I'm gonna reroute the flowers again. Whoops. Alright, let's go Laura. Two lanes need to shift. Blah, blah, blah. Freaking. Alright, whatever, that works. I don't think I ever actually plugged the station in, did I? Why we're not actually seeing anything on the built yet. What was that? Bum bum bum. Is that really all? So 7 belts need to come out? Okay. Also, why don't I upgrade this? Have some paths while I'm here. Here comes the trains. Here comes the iron. Alright, so all this is going to do is give us another 40. No. 40? Was it going to do the full 40? I think it actually does. Yeah, 40 more parts per second, which is... I've tripled small parts production from what we had before. Over here. Although, this one's not getting enough gears because apparently... insufficient supply of iron. Probably just because this station's coming online. Also copper. I think we need to add a lot more copper processing. Here's my copper train. No copper plate on the way. Except that I just checked and there is copper available. Ah, this is probably my train. Indeed it is. Appear to have forgotten to put inserters on these. Whoops. Disco. Wow, the iron's all gone already? That was a whole train worth? Apparently that was not my train? Where is it? You're going to get more iron. You're bringing iron. I don't have copper coming. Weird. How is there still no copper? Alright, well I can start setting up the input things over here. I did make this parameterized loader 60 stacks thing part of the game blueprints, if anyone else has not noticed that it's in there. It's very convenient. You just click on the blueprint, and then you specify the entity, and then it automatically sets the numbers properly. Below the 3 things of that, next is bolts. 4 rows of bolts, then 2 rows of small parts. These are bolts here. You do have to remember to wire. Still, you have to connect the wire, but okay. Below the small parts is iron sticks. Yeah, thought I missed one. Okay, we got some copper coil, which means we'll have a few small parts. I mean that there were bolts. That's all we were able to make so far. I need to request a little bit more than just one train supply of iron, I guess. Let's do 140 stacks of iron and 120 stacks of copper. Well, I guess I could ratio it 2 to 5 because we are using it in that ratio. So that's 2, 5 would be 300 stacks. I highly doubt there's enough iron to actually provide 300 stacks worth of iron in there, but we still have yet to talk about that turd if you're back. Yeah, I held off on, well, and it's not necessarily that I held off, I just got distracted by small parts being... the first thing, it's funny, I checked on tech, on science, and noticed that there was no science, and the reason there's no science is because there's no mechanical parts. There's no mechanical parts because there's no small parts. So that's... Technically, I'm reviewing the Tufra turd right now by making sure science is continuing. Okay. Want to give you a call, or you want to call me, or what? You for upgrade. Hey, yeah.
Hi there, hello.
Hi there, hello, hello, hi, hello there, hi.
So, Tufra.
Happy Sunday.
Thanks, you too.
Frequent irrigation. Energy consumption plus 50%. A total of 5 to 6 irrigations are added during germination, including pre-sowing irrigation, improving consumption and production. Right now we can get 8 seeds from 2 Tufra. This lets us get 11 seeds from 2 Tufra. We use the seeds for feeding... the Corlex pups. But once the Corlex pups are grown, Tufra seeds aren't used anywhere else. It's the Tufra itself. But I guess...
But don't you need Tufra seeds to make more Tufra?
Yeah. So, I mean...
So that does add some significant efficiency.
2 Tufra... Okay, so it's 1 Tufra, it becomes 4 seeds. And... the best recipe that we have right now is 10 seeds into 8 Tufra. I don't really see how it's that impactful, getting an extra 3 seeds. It's already making a lot. Like, you know, 8 Tufra makes 32. Or sorry, 8 times 4. You get 32.
So you go from 24 to more than that.
Yep, more than that. That's the same math I'm using. Alright. Fungicide. Your soil isn't welcome to Tufras. Spray heavy fungicide to avoid dreaded late blight disease. Sometimes phosphates are necessary. These chemicals will improve the crop's growth, but they will also cause massive amounts of pollution. Oh no, not pollution! Wait, negative 200% pollution? That's the opposite of causing lots of pollution.
My guess is that those entities have negative pollution base, so by making it negative, it would flip it to positive. Like, they probably absorb pollution normally.
Yeah, they're negative 18 pollution per minute.
Yeah, but irrelevant because we have no pollution.
Right. And I don't think pollution's even calculated on this map.
Correct.
Which is great for performance.
It is indeed.
Alright, so this lets us do aluminum plate and hydrogen chloride into aluminum chloride, which is only used to make fungicide. Fungicide is presumably required in the recipe then.
It looks like it changes all of the recipes to require fungicide in addition to the normal recipe. So in addition to everything it normally needs, it also needs 1 fungicide. Oh, the one exception is the very end. It doesn't need pesticide. So instead of pesticide, it only needs the fungicide.
And there is a very, very subtle increase. It goes from 3 Tufra to 4, and 8 to 9. Oh, but the crafting time also changes.
Yes, it gets a little faster by, what, 15%?
75 seconds becomes 64. 100 becomes 85, so yeah, 15%. Assuming it's the same across the levels.
Right.
So when you factor that in, plus the extra 1 Tufra, sounds like it makes the process more complicated, though, because you gotta add more stuff.
But, so it seems like it makes it more complicated for levels 1 and 2, but levels 3 and 4, it makes it a little easier because you don't need the pesticide Mark 1 and 2.
And you'll already have fungicide plugged in.
You only need fungicide, yeah.
Hmm.
So it's like...
A little bit more
one of those things
return, and actually could be useful late game, sure.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, actually. Recycle the smaller and discarded Tufra tubes as a source of organic starches and greens. Tufra can become grease, and 40% chance for starch. Starch is used to make stuff. Most of which we don't actually have yet. We can only do workers' food, cotton gut food, deluxe fish food. Starch sounds reasonably useful.
Yeah.
Grease currently can go into a barrel.
Yeah,
Wow.
we don't have grease unlocked yet.
Wow. Put grease in a barrel. How valuable is grease?
Well, it's used in a lot of late game stuff, like...
Grease plus fish equals stuff. These are all turd recipes, though. Apparently you need grease to process oil sand.
What's this? So I feel like, unless we're planning to take the very first one, we probably don't want to select this one now. Because in the short term, it makes Tufra more complicated because we also have to make fungicide. And the third one doesn't actually help us right now.
We definitely have tons of lard. And I know we have lubricant. The next lit plate I would not want to have to spend to make grease.
Right.
The tin chromium alloy and low distillates is probably the best of the options that I'm seeing if we didn't have this starch thing. But Tufra is already kind of low supply, so using some more Tufra to make grease and starch seems... We'd have to plant another huge... I already have 2... Oh, that was Caculk. Where is Tufra growing? Tufra was growing here, and is now bottlenecked by the fact that we just have enough. I guess 2 for supply is fine. I don't like it when you decide that you just don't want to choose.
Well...
How hard would it really be to do the fungicide right now? You just have to...
It's phenol. Can we make phenol? I know phenol is nasty in real life.
I need to... alt-click... you... place this in here using the wrong recipe. We need fungicide. I love how you can place buildings with recipes that you don't even have. So plastic bar we could import aluminum, chloride, chlorine, liquid nitrogen. I don't remember seeing liquid nitrogen anywhere. But...
We could... Liquid nitrogen we could make without too much trouble.
we have definite
Like...
supply of nitrogen and gas, so yeah, not a big deal. Somewhere that gets done.
Or salt, which is always a pain in the butt.
The phenol
right,
comes from lignin or boric acid and sporopollenin. I don't know if we have lignin.
The annoying part of lignin is the sodium hydroxide.
Oh, no lignin. I guess I can see not clicking it right now, but it would be convenient to not have to do more complicated stuff with the Tufra plants in the future. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I set up a thing collecting all 4 basic spores endlessly right here. Just cuz. So, Bodos spores, for example. We have 2,167 of those. We've got some Naven spores. We've got Yadel's spores, etc. So to make the stuff from Sporolella is the Navens and the Bodos, and then we just need Renia. Which is a new plant, I think, that we have yet to create. At least I have not made it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't looked into that one either. You want to see something new I set up on?
Yes.
Well, extends the train logic a bit.
Is the fungicide useful in other turds? Fungicide is used for all 4 levels of the Ufra, and yes, it's also used for zinc nanocomplex. Which is a guar bean plantation thing. So one other crop would benefit from having access to fungicide. This is the only way to make it, is if we take this turd. So I guess we should maybe just briefly look at the guar.
It looks like guar unlocks fungicide as well.
Oh, I see.
In addition to that, so both of them unlock fungicide, but you know, each one only provides its own turd recipes.
Right, we wouldn't be able to use the fungicide recipe on the other one if we didn't opt for it. Okay, so it's a non-factor then. Alright, let me just get back to the base and then, you said something trains? I like trains.
Yeah, so that thing I pinged. So if you look, basically it's saying if ash is above a high amount, or coal dust in this case, because both of those things potentially could back up, then broadcast that 32,786A, which corresponds to 2 to the 16. So basically it's saying if one of those things happen, then also broadcast your inventory to the subnet number 16. And that way those stations we have set up basically to void excess materials, they only listen on subnet 16 now, rather than the subnets that everything else is on.
Where's the subnet?
Control click, yeah, click on, no, the CyberSyn combinator. Sorry, the constant combinator, not the CyberSyn combinator.
CyberSyn constant combinator? This one?
Yeah, and then control click on the A3855.
What the
Sorry, your screen's a few seconds behind what I'm seeing. So yeah, basically the checked ones are the subnets that it's broadcasting to by default, and then that that extra combinator basically says, you know, when that logic applies, also broadcast on network 16.
And what is the default network that most of the trains are using then?
So everything has 1, 2, 3, 4. All the providers have 9, 10, 11, 12, and all the requesters also have 5, 6, 7, 8.
Interesting. And why did you end up using 8 channels or 8 networks by default instead of just one? Like, what was
I figured there'd probably be cases where there's certain things where we want them like either going to every requester except for like itself, for example, so we could take off, like we could say only provide to 5, 6, 7, 8, but don't provide to 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, you know, its requester could request just on 1, 2, 3, 4 and still get other things, but not what it's providing itself. Like to prevent loops, essentially.
Yeah. I guess it's time to start trying to make this Renia plant thing.
So yeah, basically the bottom line is now it should allow stations to not get backed up, but also keep enough stuff available for stations that actually need to use that product.
Nice. What am I looking for? Why was I thinking about Renia? Something to do with spores.
Do we need it for the next pack?
I don't know. But I have spores. I want to play with my fungus and my spores and my... not Factoriopedia, thank you. Photospores are used for... this. Yes, so Renia. Renia. Comes from Renia seeds. Okay, so we're trying to do this. Need sunflower DNA samples. We have no Reniac Codex. I'm guessing that that recipe was not unlocked when I first made the big bot mall stuff.
Probably not, because it's a Tech 4 thing, so...
Playing in my biotesting area. Of course it went into my trash slot. Okay, so that'll get me a sunflower seed, DNA sample. And do we have water nearby? Yes, we do right here. What? I just picked it up. How come I don't have one? What?
I meant to ask, that giant VAWA G level 2 plantation you set up.
Yeah.
We don't need, do we really need that many level
Yes.
2s?
Yes.
For what?
Because I want them.
Oh,
Because
okay.
because the mushrooms grow slowly and you only get you gain 0.5 mushrooms every time they cycle the recipe. And I wanted to get I just wanted it now. I want to be able to make the Relesius Mark IIs. We now have only 151 Relesius Mark IIs. And that's with that big huge thing trying to grow more Pawogwe. And look, they're not even done building the damn plantations.
Well, it's because probably they're still trying to build the plantations that I had put down a while back.
Okay, so once I'm done with this, I will then have Urania. Orania is needed to make seeds, of course.
Can't just do it once.
Nope. They love making you do things multiple times.
Indeed.
I'm impatient, so I guess I'm going to make another one of these. More is more better. Hey, that's the argument I just used on the Pawagway plantation thing, and you were giving me a hard time about it. That don't make any sense.
Power we always need a lot of. The Phalangy we need a lot of right now, and then we need 0 in, you know, a day or two.
Well, I don't know yet what we're going to need the Renia for, but we can start growing it. It's going to take a long time to ramp it up anyway, so let's make sure we have a thing making Renia plantations. Maybe make 2 of them. And we'll raise the limit like at least 10. And these definitely want faster inserters. Oh, so sorry, go ahead.
This tech we're doing right now for fertilizer, I feel like that will be a pretty big one because we're about to use a lot of fertilizer for the new botany recipes. Do you have... I wonder which one we should try to do. Do we do a lot of fish production? I honestly haven't done any fish stuff.
I don't know if anyone has actually taken the time to update. I noticed that we didn't have enough fish, and I asked for someone to update fish, but it might not have been done yet. Alright, I've updated the Bots Craft Anything blueprint to use blue inserters by default, so that I don't have to keep on remembering to micro it. Okay, the second sunflower DNA sample, it gets me my next 2. And Renia seeds, I guess we build a Renia plantation in a brick. Okay, so we've got water and manure bacteria. We've got soil, coarse fraction, fertilizer. Bum. Alright, so I'm going to import soil because I'd exported it from a bunch of different bricks already. The coarse fraction. Do we have that, like, available? Do I have to make this, or can I just import it? 10,000 already available?
I'm pretty sure it's available. I'm not exactly sure where, but I know things are using it, so
Nice.
must be somewhere.
20,000 fertilizers available. What about manure bacteria? No.
It's probably going to be harder.
It's made with manure, agar, and petri dishes. I feel like this would be convenient to make available instead of trying to always have manure bacteria like as part of each brick.
Yeah, well, manure is a pain in the butt, so I feel like, yeah, pun definitely intended, by the way. I feel like that should be made on a brick somewhere. Same with agar. And so while petri dishes probably can be made locally with agar and empty petri dishes, I feel like both agar and empty petri dishes should be made in separate places. Empty petri dishes should be part of glass smelting, or glass casting rather.
Alright, this is the manure place that I built. What if we tack... There's plenty of space. What if we tack on direct manure into liquid manure? And then hook it up there.
Gross, but that works.
Alright, so liquid manure is... made in an incubator. We would need to import petri dishes and agar, which I think is fine. The bot's busy. Not really. They can just decon those. Okay, 0.37. How much liquid manure production should we get, do you think? How much poop do you want?
I mean, wish it was more clear whether things were going into the sinkhole or the vent.
Yeah. Having two different entities just because certain things are fluids and certain things are gases seems kind of silly. They should make like an entity that can just burn both, and it's just one. Or something. For convenience.
Be nice. Although I guess convenience isn't exactly the theme of this mod.
Alright, so what's the more, like, is manure being used for anything other than making, okay, it is being imported for fertilizer.
Yes.
So should I
although
prioritize manure into storage, or should I prioritize liquid manure? I guess the existing systems might depend on this, so I should do...
Although we probably want to do a different fertilizer recipe as soon as this new fertilization tech is done. Although it looks like tech just stopped. Alright, because non-mechanical parts.
Still? Unless it's because we don't have enough, what was it called? I think copper production needs to just go up. We have too many different stations that want copper, so everything is now struggling. It's like having a depleted bus. But I definitely, I mean, I made the extra small parts. I forget where now, but that was the only reason we had no mechanical parts. I've used 2.2 million coal from the silly coal build. Silly coal miner that I made. Yeah, there's 6,000 small parts in the box. Plus all the intermediates. Okay, where was I going? I have no idea. Manure.
Right, and we probably want to use a fertilizer recipe that doesn't, well, at least not use fertilizer manure directly. Ideally, one of the new ones. Although urea can be made from liquid manure.
Apparently we don't have empty petri dishes as part of the train network. Oh, I don't need empty petri dishes, I need petri dishes. Oops.
Well, ideally we should make empty petri dishes as part of the network, I think.
I agree, yeah. But I just totally imported the wrong item. Oops. Or attempted to, but none of it got delivered, so it's not really a problem. Not very many empty petri dishes. Oof, they are made so slowly. Yikes. No, don't take me back. I wish that it would, like, let you... It should wait longer when you get to where you told it to take you, instead of just 5 seconds. Like, it... way too quick. Like, vanilla Factorio behavior. When you control-click with a train, it shouldn't default to 5 seconds.
Yeah, it would be nice to wait for you to get out of the vehicle.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe play a sound when you arrive. That would be convenient. Alright, so this is manure coming back up.
Looks like Bubba didn't build the pull station.
What? Full station? Where? What? Me? Oh.
That thing I added wasn't actually built.
Thanks.
But the station was hooked up to the train grid.
So did it break a bunch of trains?
Yep. So there's a bunch of trains queued up at that station trying to deliver to a station it can't reach.
Well, hopefully the next shipment of petri dishes will come here.
Only one way to find out.
It's got to get to 4,000 though. Very slowly. Like altogether, even if this thing runs non-stop, it only makes 4.8 petri dishes a second. It'd be easy to make empty petri dishes, by the way. Molten glass with hot air.
That is what I'm saying.
Did you do it? Or are you doing it, or do you want me to do it?
I haven't worked on that just yet. I have a factory planner for making molten glass, but I know we have some molten glass already, so I haven't actually prioritized it yet.
Yeah, we make molten glass here. Yeah, rather than like build a new brick though, I would just make sure that we're importing hot air. And we already are right here, so just bring the hot air over and put some...
Well, the reason I think the way we make molten glass is going to change, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Whereas the casting side will not. So if we have casting separate from molten, that we only need to worry about fixing molten when we get a new recipe rather than tearing down everything.
Why was I trying to make manure bacteria? Just cause?
For the new plant you were looking at?
Oh right, Renia. This is going to have manure. All right, back into here. So we've got should have crap. It made the sunflower DNA sample, but I didn't hook that one up to the logistics, so it hasn't been making seeds yet. Darn it. Okay, I was working on building a plantation over here. Right, so we're not making manure bacteria as part of this build. I'm just going to import it. Make water local, import manure bacteria. The seeds come from the plants itself. Import fertilizer. I can import everything. Nice. Need a brick. Okay, I'm importing coarse fraction. I'm importing... what else? I've already forgotten. Good. Whatever, it's easy to update requested regular items. I need a fluid requester. These days I'm just using the 9 fluid requester everywhere because I'm lazy. And I like latching in to builds and having extra available import slots for fluids.
You like doing that thing I tell people not to do?
Yes, I love it. It's great. Wait, I don't need a fluid provider. Okay, where's my plantation? Soil. Fertilizer. And that's it.
Making fish with the version 3 process looks ridiculous. There's so many ingredients.
I feel like I'm actually getting ahead, like growing Renia before I even know what it's for. It's like the first time that this has happened.
Yep.
Alright,
Well,
that
on the other
station's
hand,
done. On the other hand, what?
means you're not doing stuff like fixing copper.
Not my problem. I didn't make copper. I'm an iron and steel guy. Someone else is gonna fix the copper. I don't know how. Alright, I wanna make sure... You know what? I'm actually gonna really look ahead at all future recipes. That make Renia. By the time we're doing 108 Deadhead recipe. Deadhead. That's a turd. Okay, that is gross. Look at all of these freaking inputs.
Yes, things get very gross very quickly.
Okay, well, I'm going to plan ahead for needing 3 fluid inputs. So 3 lanes here is fine. One, two, three, four. That's a solid. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 inputs. I need 6 frickin' belts worth? This is... No. This is where I want to do another sushi belt. Sushi belt plantations, I think, are a great idea.
Yeah, sounds right to me.
And then just save space for the fluids in the middle. I'll even pre-pipe it. Beautiful. But that I'm doing it on the wrong one. Okay, and the amount of items that they use is so small that... even with maxed out stuff, I'm wondering if we eventually had maxed out Renia level whatevers. What am I looking for? Okay, interesting. These are used as a module, but they are... Holy shit. There's a recipe for 5,290 Renia. That's outrageous.
I'm guessing that's like a super endgame tech or something.
Yeah, it looks like you need, it's done in an automated smart farm, which is different than a plantation. And it looks like there are just like maybe infinite research type style, where you go 1, 2, 3, up through 10. Okay, so question is how many inserters? If we sum all that up, I bet it is more than one mechanical inserter. .92 items. Could just do 3 mechanical inserters. Of course, by the time we actually have the 4th level tech, we're probably going to have inserter stack size bonus, I guess. But 1 extra mechanical inserter can't hurt. Where is the best source of our logic for sushi belting?
Probably the milk.
Yeah, it's not as clean to pull off. Wait, did I make a blueprint? I think I put a blueprint in the... I have an example sushi belt thing, yeah. Okay,
Oh, it is time for me to go do a thing, but
okay,
talk to you in a bit.
alright.
Have a good one.
Thanks, you too. Thought that we had a... Ah, yes, this. Alright, let's do... And you're gonna make a total of 0.7 per second. I'd rather just use, well, long-handed inserter requires power on that side. I don't really want to. Okay, let's grab this whole thing now. This is 12. We're not actually doing fluids here, so don't need to worry about that. However, I am requesting fluids. Well, that was really pretty, though. Shoot. Can I? Yes. Beautiful. Okay, now I just have to remember how the hell to do this. So I've got 3 rows. There are a total of 28 machines. So we grab the blueprint called recipe output blueprint. We tell it we are making Renia. I need to actually set the recipe we're allowed to use, which is this one. So it's called 4x Renia. And I forgot, I think I said 28 machines, right? 28, and I think the correct number is like 2-ish. 1.5 would be ideal, but 2 is unacceptable. So these are the entities that it needs. And then, there's no barreling and unbarreling, so I don't need this part. I just need to grab this. And we're using a red wire here. Wonder what the A and B is for. 28 machines, A2. Oh, that's the supply. But we're not actually using A and B anywhere. I like how it's like setting signal A as one of the filters. Bum. we're also not doing that. Don't need the fluids. All right, next, the inner belt needs to be sampled. And then I forget where that gets plugged in. Sample the belt. Send the green to the same place that the combinator was. Green goes there. Need a loader. Set to filters. Okay, and then there's our automated thinger. Perfect. Okay, let's actually import the you go right here. There. Oop. Grab this object. Need 3 of these. Okay, off you go. Should also sample this part of the belt too. Okay, next, you can go here and here. Yeah, that's tracking properly, and then grab you and have you merge in. Actually grab this whole corner. Guarantee they're identical. Okay, are these working? They appear to be. Have to build a bunch. 900 soil? Good lord. We're gonna need to increase soil availability. We need to hook up water and the manure line. Soil mall, yeah, I mean, it's just 900 soil per plantation is insane. Let's have the water connected on the far side. You can actually just hook right into number 5. Ba-bum. Okay, your purpose is to request manure bacteria. The manure place, I thought, should be making some manure bacteria by now. It is not because there's still not enough petri dishes. There must have been a delivery to a different location. What if we... change the request threshold. In order to just get some. Uh-oh. That doesn't look right. My pipes are wrong. Fixed. Okay, we'll hook in a manure bacteria here. Apparently I'm out of pipes and iron. Wow. That's surprising. No iron nearby. Damn. Okay, and then we still gotta connect power across the front. How are my plants doing? We have made no seeds. Even though I told them to disassemble that thing, which means that there should be sunflower DNA samples. Okay, so I have to do one more thing, which is the water. Ugh. Sorry, yeah, Martin Luther, I did notice it in time, but... I paused the game for like 5 seconds. Sorry, how long ago did you ask that question? 20 minutes ago? My bad. I could now. I was very focused on making Renia plant. Renia. Oh, what might have happened is that it did make 2 more batches, but then it sent... Maybe it sent some of them off as modules? Are any of these actually moduled? No. Whatever, I'll just make more sunflowers. Sunflower DNA. I thought the damn thing was running the whole time, though. Wait, there are 7 Rene seeds. Why aren't we... Oh, I totally forgot to set the actual recipe.
I think I don't actually need more. No power. We're gonna need to get our first shipment of manure. Are we making anything yet? Still no petri dishes. Even though I lowered the request. Why? $3,400. 10 stacks. Should send a request. Should send 1,000. Should it not? Our threshold. 10. Why you no send? Petri dish. Do you have a feeling you've reached the limit of your hardware? Let me stretch my legs for a sec while you catch up. Is there a moderator still playing right now that can unpause when I get back if I'm not back in time? You know, I just realized that there might be something really clever you could do. There's always something clever you can do, right? Alright, so we're gonna put one here. Let's grab this machine. Put the other one here. Bum, bum. That's something I hadn't considered. We need seeds. But not that many. Okay. Well, I'm not importing seeds. But I think I should. And then instead of trying to like ratio it, because this is where it gets awkward with upgrading recipes and like getting turds and stuff. The ratio gets all messed up, and then you have to double back and like find a way to cram more seed production in. So what I'm gonna do instead is just make seeds in a different block altogether. This is probably way, 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 way more than we need. Sorry, the thought that I had about doing something clever is that right now I'm manually setting up the sushi, right, by using this helper blueprint to output the recipe and parameterize it and whatever. But what if instead we just specified the recipe that we want to run? Like, in this case it's called 4x Rene. This one right here. And then what if I had a machine and it was set to set recipe. And then what if like all of it was just, what if it automatically configured the sushi? Just straight up. How do I keep on getting it in the wrong spot? I knew something looked weird. Looks like there's space to come in from the bottom. Oh, I ended up doing 5 rows. Whoops. Well, 5 rows is too many. Okay, we've got seeds. Having to wait for a full train load of seeds is going to definitely mess things up over here at first, but I think long term having seed production isolated from the plant production itself is a good idea. Right now, though, I will add a helper one here. That guy has never finished a product because there's still no water. Damn, I can't make one. I can steal one though. No belt. I'm a bitch. Hmm. Guess I gotta go get resources again. And I gotta get this water hooked up. Water is hooked up there, but I just need more pipe, apparently. Are we having like a complete crash on iron supply or something? No molten iron. No molten iron because no oxygen. Oxygen's on the way though. I think we need to increase oxygen production, because I'm already demanding 180,000 oxygen here, and we still keep on running out. Manure bacteria. Is yet to craft, because still no petri dishes. God damn it, I'm just gonna go grab a whole bunch of petri. I don't understand why it's not shipping 5 stacks of train. Even if I change the setting. Changing the setting here worked with, the mall. Okay, where is this silly petri dish place? Excuse me. My petri dishes. We're gonna use them for manure. such a long way to go, Jesus. Didn't you say you would import molten iron? I said I could. I didn't do it. Is it time? Did you... I said I could set up some logic so that it would stop. Alright. Well, I need a little bit of time for the manure bacteria to get made and then shipped. It'll take a little bit to make 50,000 manure bacteria. Lockmore, since you're here, do you have any explanation for why I had to just manually drop off petri dishes? I tried telling the manure place to only ask for 5. Went down to 5 request threshold, which should have just been 5 stacks, and there were 2 different places that had more than 5 stacks of petri dishes, but it never dispatched a train. Finally, I got sick of it and just grabbed all the petri dishes myself. They're stored nowhere now. I took them all. Petri dishes were here and here. And I got sent home again. Seriously, I don't have pipes? Again? That seems impossible. Okay, that's water hooked up. And the pipes for manure bacteria were already set, so I just need to go do something else while we make a bunch of manure bacteria. I guess I'll go work on the iron thing. Oh, in the iron steel area, we're going to add import. Guess I need to free up one of the oxygen holders. Import molten iron. I think I need to upgrade to 9 fluids here. Otherwise I've got to do the thing that Talkmore doesn't like. No. Leave this one as is. We'll use this one. Got two open anyway. Alright, we need molten steel and molten iron. Okay, this is the molten iron line. That is the molten steel line. Once again, no pipe, no iron. Ah! Oh, I almost got. Yikes. Okay, so then I'm going to turn off this older process that makes molten iron when what? Okay, green wire, green wire, green wire, green wire, green wire. They're all wired together. You are going to enable disable when molten iron guess like 5,000. Okay, and then we're going to run the green wire. So we're allowed to make molten iron locally if there isn't molten iron coming in from Talkmore's setup. And then I can do the same thing with the steel. Because he set up a much better recipe for it, I guess. So that's going to shut off my molten steel now, because we have molten steel here. Let's see if I can find his new molten setup. Ah, yeah, so unslimed iron. This makes 10 molten iron per second, or 15 oxygen per second. The setup that I'm using is the same, 15 oxygen per second, but I only get a quarter as much molten iron. So yeah, I'm competing with him for oxygen. Let me, I think I'll lower the request target for oxygen as well. can't read that one that way. I need a combinator. All right. I don't think I broke it. There's no one-way pipe or anything here, so this molten iron is accessible, I believe. These things. Yeah, it looks about right. So what I did, Talkmar, is I disabled them by sampling the output molten iron and the input molten iron. And if there's a crisis or something happens, then they'll turn back on, but they shouldn't. As long as there's at least 5,000 of each. Well, not of each, but like 5,000 of the thing that it would want to make. I mean, I wonder, would it make more sense, instead of you having built a new thing, would it have made more sense for me to just update this recipe and then import unslimed iron? Because this is like a lot of machines. 72 that are just gonna sit forever now. Yeah, I think it would have made more sense. I know you made a ratioed thing and whatever, but it probably would have made sense to just export the new intermediate, the iron, unslimed iron. Wow, is it really already 6 o'clock? What the hell? What did I do today? Hit with poop? We have manure bacteria. We have a full thing of manure bacteria. Does that mean that my Renia plantation has it? Hey, it's working! That is a lot of seeds. "100-second crafting time," but it's got 0.2 crafting speed, so it'll take 500 seconds. What was I just looking at? The other... shit, I just lost it. Where was it? This. Over here. Okay, this top one is looking pretty good. Mushrooms! There's a belt missing. Sneaky. One thing, I didn't mention this earlier, talk more, but I assume that this big plantation that I made that you thought was silly, that makes too many Mark II mushrooms, it'll turn off, but then we're going to probably end up doing a recipe in the future to make the Mark IIIs. Mark III mushroom uses oxygen and blood. That's weird. So we'll just repurpose this station to make Mark IIIs in the future. Those are just plain old dumb mushrooms. Not good ones. That should get the whole thing running. I'm just realizing now that I have too much... I'm using too much biomass for half belt. No hydrogen. I think the base is getting too big, and the whole dispatch a train in time doesn't really work. That is so silly. You'd pick up mushrooms there just to drop them off here. It's just cracks me up that a train had to come to do that. But whatever. That's a lot of activated carbon. Well, it's 6:18. I'd like to wrap up in the next 10 to 12 minutes. If anyone's working on anything specific. We get faster trains this tech tier. Nice, okay. That will fix the issue. Another day, another... I mean, what did I do today? I played with manure, I played with Relesius. Yeah. No, Renia. I got Renia started. That's what I did. Okay, let me do a little bit of basic math here. So I get 4 seeds becomes 4 Renia, then 7 seeds become... No, then 4 Renia becomes 7 seeds. I gain 3 seeds, which is also, therefore, 3 extra Renia. Can I just do a splitter and have half go to modules and half go to... I'm gonna have one plantation work on putting them into a box. So that I can put more modules, use them as modules. Even with 2 machines, this is very slow. 57 Renia per hour. By the time we need the damn thing, though, should hopefully be... be better. Okay, you're back. Good night, we'll tell you. You're probably already gone, but... I'll double check that it's still true, as it usually is, that you're better off using multiple buildings. That's 30 modules. You do 144 per hour. And if I had 30 individual plantations, each with just one module, I would get 864. Yes, that is a significantly big reason to keep on just doing one module. Something seems broken with arcades again. A lack of Relesius. Okay, I think we can safely upgrade planner these, because there should be a bunch of Relesius Mark IIs now, because fungus production is actually good. We've got that many. 892 Relesius Mark IIs. Nice. You need to connect your water to the top row there. What? Top row doesn't have access to the water yet. And the hydrogen is also not connected to the top set. You got hydrogen on all the lines except this one doesn't. You just need like one little connection in between. Like that'll work. If you just build that pipe right there, you'll have hydrogen through the whole system. You should be seeing Mark II Relesius show up. Hopefully that doesn't throw all your build off, the math off, but nice. That nearly doubles flower production, going from Mark 1 modules to Mark 2s. 0.08 becomes 0.15. Let there be flowers. That does mean, though, that we probably need more Relesius seed production. Oh yeah. Okay, that should send them back to the seed maker. There's errors in this, I think. Hey, it looks like it's working. Needs more soil. Getting close to the carrying capacity for that belt, though. Alright, well, it's time for me to wrap up for the night, guys. Sorry. I want to play all day, but I can't. I guess the correct thing for me to do, maybe first thing tomorrow, is focus on... just immediately start focusing on the 5th science pack. Because otherwise... we'll have a huge lag time again between being able to do it and whatever. Alright, I'll see you guys next time. Have a great night.